great pace on the return from Pliskova.
40-50.
But then left herself open on the next ball. When you take the angle off so early on the second serve return or first serve, just a lot of open court left behind you.
Cain.
On the board, the number 3 seed, Aryna Sabalenka. But it's Karolina Pliskova with the lead. 2-1 first set. Sits down with a little more confidence after holding serve.
Never really looks flustered.
Well, I wonder if she was flustered when she saw the draw. When the draw comes out, of course, it's a big day, and who do you play? I don't think she'd be overly comfortable with this draw. I know she's got a good head-to-head, but you just never know.
It's the sort of matchup that you'd be expecting in the third or fourth round rather than first, even though she's played a number of matches already this season. Still different kind of nerves, different kind of butterflies in the first round of a Grand Slam.
Sabalenka, our number 3 seed here at the Australian Open. Down a break of serve.
$15 love.
Win predictor not really.
That's pretty brutal from the old win predictor.
Not giving Pliskova much chance at all at just 19%. That's a bit harsh, not showing the former world number 1 any respect.
$30-50.
Pliskova did make the round of 16 in Brisbane, had that win against Osaka, and then ended up losing to Ostapenko. Also lost first round in Adelaide last week to Siniakova, so not too many wins on the board, which is what the win predictor's taking into account.
$30.
Also taking in the head-to-head, of course, 3 love. Sabalenka leads. All on hard court, all in straight sets.
Let's serve. $30-40.
Sometimes lacks a little bit of shape on ground strokes. Pliskova, and Sabalenka with a break-back opportunity. Oh, that's brilliant.
Game
with
Sabalenka.
the break here, Sabalenka levels things up at 2-all. Petko, courtside. How are you seeing it down there?
Yeah, the penultimate point was the first time we saw what Laura mentioned earlier, where Pliskova just looked off balance in the corner and just looked really rushed. That was the first time we saw it today. And Rebecca just settling in now. She just hits the ball so clean. In the beginning, you could see a little bit of imprecise footwork, but not anymore, especially the last 2 points.
Ball.
That's the shot she's improved. The forehand was
15.
very predictable. A few seasons ago, it was very much cross-court, but has done a lot of work on the off forehand.
Yeah, 2023 Aussie Open, you know, I would say the majority of her forehands were going cross-court, and they were still hit very well. So it didn't always help you to know that it was coming, but just the mix-up, and especially if she's looking to improve on different surfaces. Obviously a great grass court player, but if she's looking to improve her results on the clay in the future at Roland Garros, then you just need the ability to go everywhere with that shot.
Love.
It's been a quick comeback from Rebecca. Hits the lead 3-2 in this women's first round match here at the Australian Open. She's a very good front runner, Rebecca, and sort of put big gaps in the scoreline very quickly if you're not careful. Just the brilliance of her ball striking.
Oh, it's so hard to break her. I believe she's number 2 on tour for number of breakpoints saved across the season. Just coming up with something special on the first serve when she's under pressure. So very tough opponent.
It's been a long time between drinks for Pliskova. Her last top 10 win at a Grand Slam on hard courts, coming against Serena Williams. It was in that famous US Open semi-final victory way back in 2016.
Time.
Well, it certainly doesn't get any better than this here at Melbourne Park. Huge crowds. Weather's just perfect. Tropical summer day here down under in Melbourne. It's just starting to cool off a fraction. And we're on serve, first set.
Love 50.
Well, you mentioned the lack of shape that you sometimes feel from Pliskova's forehand. And for me, that's just grip related, because it's quite far around. It's almost a bit more of a continental grip from her. And it's very hard to then get underneath it and get the amount of rotation in the wrist.
15.
Managed okay with it, though. I'll take her career.
I'd say so. Her sister, twin sister, Christina, of course, left-handed and also a very good player, has since retired from the game.
Yeah, it just became an auntie, actually, Carolina.
That's the one where Pliskova sometimes pops up a little on the forehand.
But she's never really low anyway. As Petko was saying, it's not something that you ever expect to see from her. Massive leg load and leg drive, and she is tall. I mean, what, she's 6'2", so it's a long way down.
There's so much to love about the motion, the action on serve, though. It's smooth. That's huge, 194 kilometres an hour. But it's easy power. She can produce it for long periods in matches. So technically sound, it very rarely breaks down. An important hold just to stay in touch. 3-all first set.
3 games.
And Pliskova did a very smart thing here. It just seems from down here that she's not going to win those backhand cross-court rallies. So she opted for the center of the court to get it back over the forehand and open the court a little bit in the backhand. Because when they are standing in that rally in the backhand cross courts, it just seems like there is no getting through Rybakina.
Foul.
Love. Love.
Clearly trying to keep the points short, not give her opponent too much rhythm.
Well, it's not a bad idea to try and take the second serve on. Realistically, wouldn't be the favourite if the rallies go long after 5-6 shots.
Oh, clocks it. Clean winner.
40-15.
Just leaning on this forehand. Doesn't get much cleaner.
Game.
So it's just long.
So new balls, please.
We're on serve. Rybakina, the third seed. It's 4-3 first set.
4 games to 3.
Big crowd in. as you would expect. Tuesday night, that's day 3 here at the Australian Open. Big crowds and what has been another warm day. Getting a glimpse of these two champions in action.
Yeah, we had a couple of hours in the sun each, didn't we?
Yes.
Sitting courtside earlier, sitting in my own sweat.
Yeah, it was a hot one. Holger Rune getting through in the heat of the day in 4 sets.
And then out on MCA, Azarenka coming through against Camilla Giorgi. So many tough first round matches.
Yep. Next up, we've got Carlos Alcaraz in the house. So lots of
Time.
legends and champions of the game everywhere you look here. It's 4-3 in the first set. New balls in play here. Karolina Pliskova to serve.
Ball.
Love.
Yeah.
And that was only the third first serve that Pliskova's missed so far tonight.
Yeah, served brilliantly. First serve percentage so high. Rabakin has just gone and changed rackets, maybe for one a fraction tighter given its new balls in play.
Josh and Laura, you mentioned the serve. It feels to me like Pliskova has her elbow a slightly bit more up. She had a face where it dropped very low. It was the first time in her life she served a few more double faults than usual, but it seems to be up again. Looks really beautiful.
Ball.
Just when I said it, I jinxed her. I'm sorry.
Commentator's curse.
Must be nice to have your serve described as beautiful. We're getting down to the business end of this first set. 4 games all. It wasn't really that close the last time they played in the scoreline, but the first 2 times, first set went to a tie break. Just 2 players who are very tough to break. And when someone's bombing down first serves at you like that, makes it even harder.
Wait, please.
We are trialling out a new system of allowing the spectators in the lower bowl in at the end of each game.
15 love.
Seems like players getting used to it very quickly, which is great.
Well, of course, when it's a night session like this, prime time, tickets are expensive. Can't afford to keep them waiting for too long.
Love.
Pliskova needs to play this up-tempo game style, take on risk, go for it a little more, because Rybakina are very solid from the back on both sides.
Well, yeah, she goes for it anyway, Karolina, but definitely adding some pace towards Rybakina's forehand side, trying to get her out of position there.
Oh.
40-50.
Such a weapon. Third ace of the match for Rybakina.
And coming into this match, she was already at 45 aces for the season.
Big difference there in the average first serve speed. An extra 10 kilometres an hour favouring Rybakina. No problems for the third seed. We're going deep in this first set. 5-4. Rybakina leads.
We're talking about the placement of Karolina Pliskova's shots so far tonight. Definitely, as you can see here, targeting the Rybakina forehand side. A lot of forehands back cross court, trying to get some width on it, and then the backhand through the middle, just not really giving her much space to work with on the backhand. And if she can keep this up, she's very much in the mix here and winning more of these long rallies than you might have expected coming into this encounter. I just feel if she's going to continue on this trend there, you'd want slightly more width on some of the forehand crosses, get it moving off the court slightly more.
Well, she started brilliantly. Karolina Pliskova got up an early break and was looking ominous. However, we are back on serve, and it is Pliskova serving to stay in this first set. Oh, just taking control of this one.
And that's the forehand that we didn't see so much of last year. The forehand line to then come in as quickly as possible, take the next forehand, back cross court, easy put away to finish it off. This one there, 130, loads of pace on it, short and sweet.
was not an easy second serve at this stage of the game. She was aggressive. Pliskova, she stayed so committed.
One here, and it just creates so much space for her on the next shot. This one didn't even need to be near the line. Wide open court.
Gee, she's having to cover a lot of court.
A taste of medicine there. Backing her with a similar backhand. Change of pace, taking some weight of shot off this one, getting the width. And you have to drag your opponent off the baseline. If you're playing one of these two, you kind of got no choice, because it's very hard to sit in a baseline rally.
This felt like she was almost surprised to have that much time, because you don't get any slow balls off of Rybakina's racket.
I feel like that happens a lot against some of the big hitters, where you finally get a short one and you're not expecting it, and all of a sudden you're rushing onto it, almost playing it off balance at times. You might only get one chance across 4 or 5 points. Sticks. Some so off.
Strong serving here from Five set. Her life certainly has changed over the last few years. A Wimbledon champion, that really on, and well, which we suspect where she stays very much at the top of the tree. And Rybakina so
early round, say that about the top four at the moment, which is so that type of consistency.
And improving as well. I think she's adding to her game, getting better, evolving.
Time.
A warm Tuesday evening here in Melbourne. Rod Laver Arena. It's a big crowd for last against the former world #1 Aryna Pliskova of 6-5 for
Love 50.
Not enough footwork around the ball. Got stuck in a pretty narrow position trying to play that last backhand.
Well, these moments are difficult when you haven't played a whole lot of matches as of late. But Pliskova delivering. Two set points for Rebecca. Oh, I've seen this so many times over the years. Delivering at 186 kilometers an hour straight down the tee. It's like a rocket.
Cross court maybe from Rebecca before opening the line. Small margins.
Yeah, just beaten for pace.
Advantage.
Brings up set point number 2.
3.
Yeah.
We're only day 3, Josh.
Yeah. Well, I spent a lot of time in the sun today. the rally she wants. Petko has alluded to it earlier. That cross-court forehand rally for. She was quick to get out of the backhand cross.
Nothing you can do about that.
Well, it's a good effort. Asking the question, Aryna Sabalenka.
I just had a bit more on it because the wind is blowing into her back, and Pliskova really had to work so hard to get through this one, and that backhand down the line miss. I don't think it will bother her, but that could stick in your mind.
Well, as you'd expect, both players with winning tie-break records at Grand Slams. Rybakina 9-6 and Pliskova 20-16. You feel the first set's really important here. Rybakina, if she wins that first set at Grand Slam level, she's only ever lost 4 times and has won 31 times. So this is an important first set tiebreak.
Amazing ratio.
Yeah. Great front runner. That's a nice start though. 3-love for Pliskova. Playing with a lot of freedom.
Playing with so much confidence on the serve. I feel like sometimes when she's not at her best, the first thing that drops is the first serve percentage, where she just doesn't get the legs up. Not enough drive up to the ball. None of that tonight.
Yeah, 77%. That's big numbers for Pliskova on first serve.
Pliskova.
Maybe reached a little for that last backhand. We're back in one more half step closer to the shot.
She was very quick to want to get out of that cross-court forehand rally, but so sure she meant it to be. Yep, just collects the very outside of that sideline. Got to admire this performance. It's been a strong mental performance from Pliskova. Just 2 points away here from the first set.
Just really getting after it, committing so early on to being the more aggressive player in the rally, which so few people can do against Rybakina.
Come on, Len, you can do it. Let's go. Come on.
Just lift it up. And that is triple set point here for Karolina Pliskova.
Having saved 3 set points in the last game.
She has time. You don't want to give her time. Come on. You can do it. You can do it.
Incredible pickup of what was a huge second serve, 174 km/h second serve. Great wheels here. Just took a little off this second serve, got a bit conservative. Still with one more set point.
Yeah, it was the placement of the serve, wasn't it? Just didn't have enough width on it. If you're going to go to Rybakina's forehand through the middle of the court in that body section, it's got to have some rotation, otherwise she's all over it.
got it by the barest of margins.
Carolina cannot believe it. Oh, they were seeing the replay on the big screen in the stadium. That is a fraction in, more out than in.
How's the nerves courtside, Petco?
My nerves are on the verge. These girls look absolutely fine. But yeah, God giveth, God taketh away. The backhand down the line, just missed. This one just caught it. And this is tennis, right? It's just always a Greek tragedy.
Well, just bare millimeters. Oh, such a weapon.
7-6.
4 points in a row here. So with momentum, earns her 4th set point. Oh, it's just long. So the world number 3 comes through in the end. 7 games to 6, first set.
That's a tough pill to swallow, isn't it? You think, if you're Pliskova, there's no way I'm losing this. A couple of points on serve to close out the set. Given the way that she's played. Really nothing in it here, and we can see that in the numbers too. First serve points won, both of them obviously quite high. You'd say Pliskova maybe wants to bring that number up even more, considering her first serve percentage was very solid. Started off amazingly well. Midway through that first set, she was 88% first serves in, so that's just something to keep an eye on if it drops anymore. And Rebecca are just a handful more winners, and then for me, I looked at that hunting the third shot, 64% for Rebecca. So she's looking for it, but really nothing in that first set.
No, very hard done by, you would imagine. A couple of could have easily gone Pliskova's way. Played a great first set. I thought she was courageous with her game plan and committed to the cause. Really came out and wanted to play an up-tempo game style, wanted to play this match on her terms, and she's very much been able to do it. But it was only right at the death where Aryna Sabalenka, with just a little more confidence and firepower, gets it done. 7 games to 6. Sun is setting here over beautiful Melbourne, out over Port Phillip Bay.
Second set.
All the way back in here to Rod Laver Arena. Karolina Pliskova needs to get over that disappointment quickly. Gee, win predictor. Not giving Pliskova too much chance at all here. 94% in favour of Rebecca. Just giving her a 6% chance. Hard to believe, given how well she's played, that she's only a 6% chance from here.
Very tough. Well, we did hear Stefano Vukov, Rebecca's coach, towards the end of that tiebreak, saying you're just giving her too much time.
And that's good messaging. I think that's good messaging. And,
it's very clear, isn't it? You know, you need to try and take the ball on a bit more, get her on the back foot early on in the rally, because actually when you look at the rallies over 9 shots, Pliskova's all over that. She's won 7 and he lost 2.
It's a good strong bounce back here after that first set. Getting on with business. Very stoic, doesn't give a lot away typically emotionally on the court. It's a good opening.
The change of sarcastic gesture towards the box. And myself, when I still play. I don't know how about you, Laura. You're a fan of those.
I've done it a time or two.
Any change of tactics? You think she needs to change things up too much here, or just more the same?
I think that her game plan has been very, very sound. It was just by the blink of an eye set. She needs to keep looking for forehand cross-court rallies. I think it was a very smart choice to go through.
$30-50.
The women's tour, the women are just getting taller and taller. You walk around the player lounge or you watch them courtside here. These girls, obviously, you know, at the top end, but body shape, they're just so tall and just so much firepower and weapons.
Yeah, Pliskova has certainly a very solid wingspan, but she's never been that comfortable at the net.
Game, Rebecca.
Great hold.
Yeah, that's great serving once again. So accurate.
But it's always an area that you felt Karolina could improve on, because she's never looked comfortable coming forward, and so often she would try and take it as a drive volley, but then move back towards the baseline rather than follow it in and try and play a first volley. I think if she just had a little bit more awareness of court coverage, of where to go after the split step, that her arms do a lot of the work for her, because you stick your arm out and you're halfway there.
Doesn't she give herself great space now on that forehand when she goes off here? Rybakina just, you'll see the return here, and really strong footwork to give herself the room and the space, works hard.
We saw the hunting the third shot stat at the end of the set, 64%, which is the one off the serve most of the time, but also looking for it after the return too.
Just a little upright.
Love 30.
Here early. Now in all sorts of trouble.
Love 40.
And 3 break points.
Did save a lot more. When you look at Carolina's results over the last year, this will be a tough intensity for her to keep up, because yes, she made quarterfinals here, but there wasn't so much consistency throughout the season. Yep, that's the first break. Great returning from Rybakina. He's got the first set and leads 2-1 second set. Well, we were thinking what could both players potentially do differently here, and Rybakina's return placement, a lot of balls going through the middle. I don't mind those shots that are coming through around Pliškova's feet towards the baseline end of the court, but I just think too many balls around that service line, and that's what her coach has been trying to tell her as well. You've got to take the time away from your opponent, maybe want to spread that out a little further. If you go fast on the return to Pliškova's backhand, quite often, if you place it well, should drop into a slice. So a bit more variation perhaps to look at for Rybakina. Rybakina got the scoreline in control now, setting a break, 2-1 in the second.
Just getting a little flat on that forehand.
15 love.
Missing a little bit of shape.
I think it starts from the footwork, though. The fact that she's so high on the legs anyway, if you don't create enough space around the shot with the feet, and also attempt some knee bend, and it makes her always trying to play.
Looking ominous. Here's Rybakina.
30 love.
Since 2020, she's one of 5 players to have won more than 100 matches on a hard court. And she's showing us why tonight. The other players, Swiatek, Pegula, Sabalenka, and Maria Sakkari. When it's all said and done with her career, which surface or which Grand Slam do you think she'll have the most success at? I'll ask Petko that as well.
Well, I'm going to think about it during this point. It's going to be between hard and grass, isn't it? But the problem these days is that the court surfaces are changing so much within that. So a hard court is different every year. And then Wimbledon, sometimes the courts are much slower than they used to be, and so on. So I'd maybe go hard court, purely because there's 2 slams a year on it.
Right, okay. Petko, what's your thoughts on that?
I actually think that this tournament right here could be her most successful one. After it's all said and done, she just looks so comfortable here. That these big hitters who are very clean ball strikers often play the best at the beginning of the year when they are fresh and rested and see the ball so well. And I think it's really hard to beat them, especially when they get off to a good start like Elena did in Brisbane, winning the title.
Agree.
And I think most people would say that this slam is by far the fastest now. You know, US Open really depends on the weather, but I feel like it's higher bouncing on the stadium courts, not necessarily that quick.
What do you think, Petko? Which you've just recently retired. What do you think is the fastest of the courts?
It feels like I retired 10 years ago, but it's definitely here, and 1573 court is much faster than all the other courts. It's probably the quickest in all of the major tournaments is 1573, but definitely I agree 100% with Laura. This is the quickest slam, and it is a bit slower this year.
Yeah,
Last year was, I think, the quickest I've ever seen it, but it still plays quite speedy.
Nice service game right here from Pliskova, just to stay in touch. Third seed, Rybakina, with a set and a break.
3 games to 2.
Such a great career. Pliskova?
Played her back in the day. I reckon it was 2010, maybe, or the Open Juniors. I played Kristina Pliskova in the semis and Carolina in the final. And it was one Pliskova too many for me. She got the best of me.
Petko, did you get a chance to play Pliskova many times in your career?
I actually did. I played her when she was coming up in the qualifying of Cincinnati. I lost to her once in Beijing. I played her many times, actually. I played her in some league matches as well, the Europeans that play league matches. So I know her name, or her game quite well.
So a warm, sunny day here at Melbourne Park. In fact, it was a scorcher here on centre court and around the grounds. Just starting to cool off a fraction, a little bit of breeze around. It's Rybakina in control.
15 love.
I think athletically and physically she's really improved a lot in the last 12 months with her setup around the ball. Rybakina just looks to have just added a little bit of speed.
And could still continue to improve. I feel like she's always going to be able to get stronger.
Let's listen.
Yeah, just 24 years of age, so still very young in tennis years.
Oh, got him.
30-15.
And she's someone else who necessarily isn't that comfortable at the net either. You see her going for the drive volley, and if she's at the net and has an easy put away, for sure she can handle that sort of volley, but you'd like to see her try and be a bit more proactive coming forward.
Game.
Time starting to run out here for Pliskova.
Rybakina leads by 4 games to 2.
4-2 lead, second set.
And it just seems like she's a bit despondent from that first set where she really played so well, and now she's just trying to do even more, even though she was at maybe just the border of her highest quality game. And I think she's just rushing a bit now in those rallies and trying to do more. In Germany we say she's trying to win it with an iron.
Haven't heard that one.
Interesting.
$15 love.
I'm trying to decide if that translates well.
How do you say it in German? If you were to say it in German, give it to us in German, Petko.
She's trying to win with an Eisenstange.
Eisenstange.
there we go. That
Genau,
sounds better.
das ist richtig. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with this backhand tonight. Rybakina has been so strong with this backhand.
Well, in the first set, she didn't get the chance to play that many. As soon as she's got the space, able to rip it.
She's certainly
15-30.
improved on return as well. That return hard and fast through the centre of the court with depth. It's a quality return. Beautiful serving from Pliskova. Just stays in touch, but in a bit of trouble. Down a set and 4 games to 3.
It doesn't feel like she's played her best tennis tonight, though, Rebecca. Definitely more to give.
Now, what would you give her out of 10, her performance tonight?
6.5.
6.5, that's a bit harsh.
Well, that's very solid, but I've definitely seen her play better. You know, she's probably thinking the serve could have been a higher percentage tonight, not only first serve percentage, but unreturned rate, usually a little higher for her.
Petko, what do you think?
I think Laura Robson is a very harsh person.
Yes, I agree. 6.5. That's very,
well, 6.5 because there's so much room for improvement, guys.
I would give it a 7.5.
Yeah, good work.
1 point more.
This is where all the action is here. The world's eyes are watching all the greatest players here down under, right here on Rod Laver Arena. We've got 2 of the very best in action. First round, what a tough draw.
And that's the confirmation of what Rebecca has done differently in set 2. Way more aggressive.
A good start. It's so key, isn't it, winning that first point on return against a big server.
Again, it's the right idea. This has happened a few times from Pliskova where she's gone big on the second serve return, but the placement's not been wide enough in the court, so Rebecca able to just take 1 or 2 steps, change the point around within 1 shot.
That was a very interesting one. It had a lot more topspin on it, that forehand down the line. You can see the crowd reacting to that smallest of margin.
2 millimeters wide.
That's such a classy shot.
And again, much more margin on that. And I think that will help her tremendously, especially when you think about what Laura said earlier. if she wants to win the French Open as well. Just some really nice shape on that one.
Game.
Well, she's full of confidence. Aryna Sabalenka.
Leads by 5 games to 3.
Yeah, we make a big deal out of the first point of the game, but the love 15 didn't do much for Pliskova there. Sabalenka just even more solid on serve in this second set.
Yeah, served brilliantly.
First set percentage has picked up a little as well.
15 love. Love.
Just needs to ask the question, force her opponent to serve it out.
Absolutely. She's been here enough herself. Pliskova.
What a cheeky S&V, didn't expect that.
30-50.
Hasn't gone wide too often on the deuce court.
Interesting time to come in for the serve and volley. First set percentage even higher for Carolina, but it's only got her so far in this match.
There wouldn't be too many times where Pliskova serving at those numbers and not being in front in a match.
Or at least not getting more free points of it. Unreturned serves in this match only at 31%.
Oh, good stretch. Great stretch.
Juice. Delightful field. She had no choice but to come in here, but close down the net.
And that's that area of improvement. There's still some big gains to be had. Well,
Advantage.
this has been some performance from Sabalenka. Earns her first match point.
Split second too slow up to the ball there. Wasn't expecting it to drop quite so short. It's a phenomenal return.
Advantage to Pliskova.
You're doing great. I'm more positive. Let's go.
Well done.
Game Pliskova.
Aryna Pliskova saving a match point, and we'll ask the question
Leads by
of
5 games to 4.
Rybakina with a set and 5-4 lead. Well, you just never know.
You never know. Earlier today, Victoria Azarenka got very nervous trying to serve it out. A couple of double faults crept in, ended up winning the match. She handled the situation well, but it happens to everyone, no matter how many matches they've won in their career. I think Rybakina just does a good job of not showing it there. You don't get much out of a bit of a poker face on court. Inevitably, there's still some butterflies.
Time.
So the moment of truth here for Aryna Rybakina. Has played a brilliant match so far. This is a very tough first round. Serving for the match. Gotta love that combo slider wide, which opens up the court.
15.
The best plays are the simplest plays. 1-2 combo, done and dusted. And you feel like she could play that same 2 shots over and over again.
Yeah, just like that.
13.
Not to be.
14 love.
Three match points. Stunning.
14-15.
Certainly going to go down swinging. That's what she's done all night here, Pliskova.
Anticipation.
Yeah, and she'll enjoy this moment. Too good, a little too classy. Aryna Rybakina, the number 3 seed, is through in straight sets here. 7-6, 6-4.
Just had more in the tank, you feel, as well, which is the scary part for the rest of the draw. Played a very solid match. Maybe would be looking to raise her level as the tournament goes on, but it's all you can ask for in the first round against such a tough opponent. Really not an easy draw, and Aryna Pliskova started the match incredibly well, played a great first set. Some of the best tennis we've seen from her in a while, and Rybakina will be very pleased to just get through that in straight sets.
Yeah, big tick for getting the job done. That's absolutely right. What a great performance, I thought, from Pliskova. Let's hope she has a strong year in 2024. She's been former world #1.
Yeah, more to come from her, you feel, with the way that she played tonight.
Yeah, that's the way forward. No doubt about it. Still plenty of great performances left.
More to come from Rybakina in this tournament.
Yeah, great to see her in great form. In one of those matches you just want to get on through. Well, courtside with Andrea Petkovic here.
Well done, Elena. Wow, what a first set. You had 3 set points. You saved 3 set points, but you came out on top. How did you do it?
Well, it was a really tough match for me today. Caroline, she played really well, and it was not easy at all, especially first round like this. But really happy that I managed to win and survive the first set, and in the second it was a bit better.
Yeah, Carolina, former world #1 last year, quarterfinalist. This was a really tough job, but you are last year's finalist. How did it feel? Yes, give it up. Last year's finalist here. How did it feel? What were your thoughts? Walking the grounds, being back here and playing in front of a packed Rod Laver Arena.
Yeah, it's amazing to be back. Thank you so much, guys, for coming and supporting us today. Really happy to be back. No matter of the results of last year, I'm super happy to be back. It was very positive for me, even though I lost in the final. And yeah, I'm just want to enjoy here and go as far as I can, of course.
Now you have to tell us. You are always so cool, so composed, so even-keeled. What is your secret? Teach us. We all need that energy from you.
Well, guys, I didn't work on that. I'm just naturally like this, and I need actually opposite. Today I was trying to cheer myself up because it was not easy. Caroline, she was soaring really well, but yeah, guys, I'm just naturally like this. I'm not giving you much emotions during the match, but a lot of things going on inside for sure.
So there is no hope for us, basically, is what you're saying.
Well, for now, yes. Let's see in the, I don't know, in the next matches, in the next years. I don't know.
I'm very hopeful. You are playing Anna Blinkova now. You have a day off tomorrow. How does it look like? What is your recovery process like?
Well, I think the routines are always the same. I'm just going to practice a little bit, do treatment, nothing special, and just prepare for the next match.
Thank you very much. Very good luck, and hopefully we see you back here.
I have no doubt we'll see her back here. She's the form player, or certainly one of the form players on the women's tour. Certainly doesn't give too much away.
No, unluckily for us, yeah, I wish it came more naturally to me, to be honest. Could have used more of that in my career, and she is so fun to watch when she's on. Such clean ball striking, so many great serves, great forehand combinations. You love to see it, and it's simple tennis, but that's a nice touch. Loves Melbourne. Who doesn't?
Yeah, this time of year it's at its best. Summer in Melbourne. Aryna Sabalenka through to the second round. Didn't have it her own way, that's for sure. That was a good performance from Karolina Pliskova, having those 3 set points. But just a little too classy right at the depth of that first set, and a little bit of luck possibly as well went her way.
Yeah, we saw what the numbers reflected, which was that she was playing much more aggressive tennis in that second set, and she was able to win more first serve points because of it. She was getting after it, and I love to see anyone winning 74% of their second serve points. That's huge numbers. 26 winners, always a good day, and I love that hunting the third shot forehand as well. She was 64% after the first set, 67% at the end of the match. So a great day for her on that side.
Well, let's take a look at what the draw looks like now. The third seed is through to the second round, where she takes on Anna Blinkova.
Yeah, Blinkova, big hitter herself, especially off her forehand. So that's not an easy matchup for sure. And Rybakina will have to try and get ahead in the baseline rallies. But some big names.
Yeah, not a bad. I think that's not too bad.
It's not a bad section,
no,
but Stevens, Kazakina down the bottom there. Paolini, she played great at United Cup. She's a real fun player to watch. So some new names emerging potentially.
I agree. I think the key was just to get through tonight, and that was, you know, a threat. So great win for Rybakina. Well, on a hot, sunny summer's day here, Aryna Rybakina has got the job done. She was brilliant on serve, and when it mattered tonight, got through in straight sets, 7-6, 6-4.
Well, good evening and welcome to day 3 of our live coverage, the second of the evening matches. A battle of generations. Richard Gasquet, who knows what it's like to be labelled as the chosen one for your nation, takes on a young man who knows that feeling all too well. From one Spaniard was an all-time great in Rafael Nadal, the passing of the baton to this young man has certainly taken place. We look forward to him taking to centre court.
This is men's singles first round action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from France, Richard Gasquet. And their opponent, the number 2 seed from Spain, Carlos Alcaraz.
Well, the stage is set for Alcaraz, a young man who possesses just about everything that you need to be extremely successful in this sport. He's won majors, he's already had his hands on the keys to the rankings penthouse, and he's still a young gun. So many years ahead. Who knows what the future holds for Carlos Alcaraz. My name's Rob Koenig. Delighted to have Wally Masur alongside me this evening.
Carlos has done something with his hair. It's got more volume. The fringe is different. It's a completely different look.
Maybe it's the frizz factor from the humidity today that's playing its role.
Well, the crowd, I can tell you, are buzzing because this guy just plays an incredibly exciting brand of tennis. I feel a little for Richard Gasquet because as good as a single-handed backhand as he has, how do you deal with Carlos with one hand on the racket?
Before we start, can we have a photo with Harry, please? Facing the cameras this way, please.
James Kyothebong is the chair umpire for this one. One of the best in the business is JK from the United
so gentlemen,
Kingdom.
best of 5 tiebreak sets, 6 in play, new ball 7 and 9. Machine calling the nets using live ELC. 25 seconds. Any preference on the towel box, red or blue? Red, blue? Okay. Harry, do you want to turn around? Okay, who would you like to ask the call? We've got AO or Ivan Gulagong? AO. AO. Nice flick. Fantastic. Ivan Gulagong.
All right, sir.
Serve?
I say.
Very much.
Good match.
Okay. You want to go through that door there, yeah?
Well, Wally Masur alongside me, and of course down courtside, the one and only Adelaide's finest. For me, he's ahead of Darren Cahill. It's Roger Rashid. Good evening, Rog.
Thanks, Robin. I like that. Open up strongly and get some credits. And Wally, how are you, boys? Hey, it's beautiful down here. It's still about 28 degrees. So there's a lot of warmth in the air. The humidity's there. And we've got one young man pounding the ball already in the warm-up. And you've got Richard Gasquet, obviously. What a talent when the ball comes off his racket. He can almost do everything on the tennis court.
Yeah, 37 years of age now is Gasquet. 16 career titles. And he has been around a long, long time. Of course, burst on the scene at the same time as Rafael Nadal. And we expected a lot from him, but there's a fair few players around him and during his generation that stole his thunder.
Yeah, no question about that. To survive in that generation of the big four was not easy, was it, in the men's game, to try to pinch titles, pinch significant titles, let alone Grand Slam titles. Wawrinka and Andy Murray were able.
Yeah, and that's why I was so disappointed that Juan Martín del Potro got injured, because I thought he could have pinched a fair few as well. 12 career titles already for Alcaraz, and of course 2 of those are majors. When he won the US Open for the first time in 2022, he became the world #1 at the same time. won 6 titles last year, including Wimbledon. It was the only major that he was able to wrestle away from Novak. And they have played on one occasion. That was on the clay courts in Umag. If you've ever been to Croatia to that tournament, it is spectacular. Alcaraz was simply too strong and too good. And that was when he claimed his very first ATP title.
So Roger, I'm just curious, a player like Alcaraz, who's got this tremendous all-court game, and he's so devastating from the back of the court, not afraid to take chances and come forward. And Richard Gasquet, as good a single-handed backhand as he has, how do you deal with the firepower of Alcaraz with one hand on the racket on the backhand side? It's got to be a tough assignment.
Yeah, I think so, Wally. You're 100% right. So it's pretty simple for me for Richard here tonight, because we know he's not, he's not going to go deep into a 5th set against Carlos here. So it's put all your eggs in the one basket at the start, Wally, and go big early. So when you get a chance to accelerate the ball, get after it and try and control as much as you can, and see if you can get the Spaniard on the defence, because I think Richard's, let's face it, boys, Richard's movement hasn't been the strongest in his career, so it will get exploited.
Well, it's a stunning evening. Conditions are set fair. The guns are out for the young man, just 20 years of age. Is Alcaraz currently 2 in the rankings, looming large in the rearview mirror of Novak.
1 minute.
Does he win a major again this year, or do you put him down for multiple majors for Alcaraz?
Oh, he wins 1, possibly 2.
Okay.
He's getting better all the time, Robbie. We may or we may not get...
He was getting better last year, and he just won 1. Wally.
Yeah, but there was a little bit of a learning curve, but I loved his honesty at the French Open. Yep. He said, I played that match a few times before I got out on the court. The expectation of Novak got to me. But he was completely honest and candid about it in the interview. And he dealt with it at Wimbledon.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and I think the other thing you've got to remember as well, when you talk about that, how many does he win? Yeah, I think he's probably got 1 there as well. You've got to remember Yannick Sinner's now. He's defeated him a couple of times, did last year as well. So there's a belief system in Yannick as well. So I think there's more involved.
I look at Carlos at the US Open last year. I reckon he almost tried a little too hard, if that's possible. So you've got to find this right emotional state to play in. Obviously, is as good as he is, the hype can't be too much.
I hear you. So a player who was once touted as the boy to break the French men's major droughts, the heir apparent, he takes on a Spaniard who understands all too well the expectations that come with being an exceptional young talent. But of course, Carlos has already delivered, and then some. This guy is compelling, he's commanding, and he is artistic.
Play.
I'm not sure if we'll get a chance to have a look at it throughout the course of the match, but if the camera can zoom in on Richard Gasquet's grip, no tennis player builds a grip like Richard. It is bizarre.
There was one who was close, and we've got to give a shout out to Yevgeny Kafelnikov.
He won't sit until his hand gets off the racket, but it's strange.
It's got a big butt.
Yeah, he has an overgrip that goes about 2 inches up the leather, but he must put 7 or 8 rolls of tape around the base of the racket. Most unusual. Well, to Roger's point, it seems as though Gasquet is going to grip it and rip it. No hesitation.
30-15.
There it is. Have a look at that. That is odd.
Why would it be built like that? Leverage?
Hard to imagine.
possesses nuclear athleticism.
30 all.
Look at the mouths of those watching. Lots of oohs and ahs.
40-30. Juice.
Probably another element in the Gasquet game is the serve. It's solid, it's heavy. He's not necessarily an ace or a free point type server. He kind of uses it to gain an advantage.
That's the part that I love more than anything else, is that from such a young age, this young man, Alcaraz, has been prepared to play big, move forward and finish points at the net. And generally a lot of the Europeans, especially off the clay, they've had to learn that skill through the journey.
Well, you look at someone like Rublev, he still hasn't really learnt it. And it's part of the reason he just can't quite advance in these majors.
That's an area of the court
Juice.
that Medvedev struggles into. Getting better. Better than Rublev.
There's a certain joy that Alcaraz exudes on the court, though. It's almost like he just wants to explore his potential.
Of course, no one Carlos Ferrero in the box. He's just had a knee operation.
Alcaraz.
JCF is doing okay. It's a frozen rope of a backhand, isn't it? It hasn't deviated on its path. It'll sting a 5-iron.
Juice.
Quite a few of the French players like that abbreviated take back on the serve. Are you a fan of it?
I don't mind it. Kind of tidies things up. Not much can go wrong.
Advantage Alcaraz.
I guess you've got a Gael Monfils. There's the platform. So he just launches. 2 feet are static, and then it's up and over the ball. Doesn't bring that back foot up.
Gosh, Rod, you worked with Gael for a number of years. Did you ever tinker much with the serve? Ever want to change it?
It was just more about when he launched at the ball, where he was actually landing inside the court. So just making sure he wasn't a person who got too far inside the court. That was the main thing we looked at. And just more about location. He wasn't necessarily a spot server initially. This was always the area when we practiced with, had the Frenchies out all the time, practicing with Richard, is you always felt like you were in his service games because he didn't possess that big serve.
And so that's, I guess, what I'm getting at, you know, Alcaraz is just so good from the back of the court, and as good as the backhand as Gasquet possesses, you just look at that matchup over time. He's got a few more options off the backhand wing. Alcaraz, heavy cross court, wait for his opportunity, pull the trigger line.
Advantage, Gasquet.
Got a quick shot there. Sebastian Grosjean going full time with Arthur Fils. Was the French Davis Cup captain, but he's given up that to go full time with the young man. Of course, this is the first official match of the season for Alcaraz to play that exhibition in Riyadh with Novak. That went 3 sets. Big surprise there. Had a training day as well that was well documented with Yannick Sinner. They get on really well. They practice a lot together, Sinner and Alcaraz, at the majors, the Masters 1000 events.
Gasquet.
Finally, almost 10 minutes to hold in his opening service game. And it's going to be so crucial, as you boys suggest, that he makes plenty of first serves, because when he's down to that weaker second offering, it's already been very tough. He only won 1 out of 7. Some storm clouds brewing. The weather forecast for tomorrow is not ideal. Off the back of what has been a simply stunning day.
I thought you were going to say there's some storm clouds brewing for Richard Gasquet, if that first game is any indication.
Yeah, he's not a fan of seeing, he's not a fan of seeing that Spanish flag next to the opponent that he's playing, because, as we know, he's got a horrible record against Rafa. 0-18.
He's already drenched in perspiration as Gasquet. He had to work hard just to hang on to game 1.
I wouldn't mind the 0-18 record. At least I've had 18 cracks at him.
Yeah, you've put yourself in the position, but he wouldn't be alone there, I'm sure.
Alcaraz to serve.
Fascinated to see how that forehand is going to hold up over the course of the next fortnight, because it's the one shot when he's a little off his game, like when we saw Sinner play in his opening match against Van der Zandschulp. He can spray it. He can almost be too aggressive with that shot. Sometimes he just needs to rein it in.
There's just a bit of a clicking noise at the back of the court there for Alcaraz. Sounds like the camera is making a noise.
There you go, multi-talented ball kit.
So are we talking about one of the cameras that...
No, I think it's one of the automatic line calling camera. Yeah. It's just making a clicking sound.
What did the ball boy do? Turn it off?
I don't know, he touched something and then it came back on again, so it seems to have quietened down.
You talk about the Alcaraz forehand. To me, and I don't know what you think, Roger, it looks fine. I just think at times there's a lot going on. It's like you're on the tee box with a 1-wood and you're trying to smash it. Things can go wrong. If you just as you say, Robbie, just play within yourself to a degree and then wait for the one ball to smash.
I mean, this guy is a skill merchant of note.
How was the athleticism and the timing to do this is not easy. Just the timing to launch yourself up and accelerate that ball. Talking about a young man who's got easy power, the ball comes quickly off his racket. So Wally, I agree with you. He doesn't need to explode on every single forehand. Watching him courtside, I'm not sure if you've seen him this close, boys, but the ball just shoots off his racket, just leaning on it.
And he's using probably one of the more lively frames on tour. And there's that sort of over-exuberance, if you like.
30-14.
Had pretty much run around looking for a forehand, but he found himself outside the doubles alley, almost painted himself into a corner. Had to hit a winner from there.
So an early break point opportunity for Gasquet.
Juice.
It's not often that Gasquet gets the feel on that backhand wrong. Yeah, we talk about the power of the forehand. There's Carlos's father.
Advantage Alcaraz.
This backhand that he has is just something else. Of course, mustn't forget to give Dad a lot of credit. Dad's a tennis coach. He was the one who coached Carlos till he was 14 years of age. He's the one who helped build the foundation. Encouraged him to put that all-court tennis into practice.
Juice.
You talk about the modern game, and they hit the ball so hard that the movement has to be incredibly athletic, but the effort that they put into each shot, just the racket head speed, the ground force, the rotation, that just adds a whole other element of physicality to the sport. Just every ball is virtually maximum effort.
Advantage Alcaraz.
Bit of wildlife that's encroached to Rod Laver Arena. Wants to see that firepower up close and personal there, Wally.
no harm was done. Carlos just ushered the moth off very carefully.
And he's
Alcaraz.
ushered in his first service hold of the match.
One game all.
We see that with the Spanish players, don't we? Of course, Carlos Costa and Carlos Moya are always in Rafa's corner.
Yep.
Two incredibly well credentialed players. We've got Juan Carlos Ferrero in the corner of Carlos Alcaraz. So it's pretty healthy, isn't it, when they've got that sort of knowledge and experience at their disposal as they're making their way through the ranks.
I think even more importantly for me, Wally, is you get to see the level by practicing with them. Pablo Carreño Busta has been ever present as well as a practice partner. So again, a top tenor you're practicing with on a regular basis when you're 15 years old. It gives you a real feel for what is required. I think that's what helped Nadal so much, having Carlos Moya around. I mean, what's the chances on an island the size of Mallorca that you have two world number ones, two major champions? Of course, Nadal, it's multiple majors, but you almost wouldn't believe it.
No. And then that everybody can put ego aside and personality and
15, 13.
make it work to the benefit, because someone as good as Carlos Moya would have an ego. And sometimes, you know, the best players want to protect themselves. They don't want to necessarily help out the youngster. They want to keep their legacy intact. They don't want to be overtaken.
I think Carlos just surrendered.
He knew it at 15.
He just waved the white flag. Here he comes.
Oh, too funny. Kind of petered out pretty quickly. It was Project Alcaraz thereof to go with his charge. To go with his charge. Gasquet holds for a 2-1 lead.
Gasquet leads by 2-1. Time.
Well, the grounds have been illuminated. They are simply stunning. Some big upgrades this year, more shade for the patrons. And all present here on site will be hoping that Carlos Alcaraz can illuminate this Rod Laver Arena with his spectacular shot making. They'll be hoping that Gasquet can balance that out.
Ready for
with
play.
some balletic beauty of his own, his single-handed backhand in full flight. It's going to be a big ask for him. He has at a break point already on the Alcaraz serve and the Spaniards' opening service game.
The one big thing for me, boys, watching Alcaraz and watching him come through in the initial stage of his career here, his emotional balance on the court, it's so stable. Regardless if there's a heightened part of the match, he can ride with that, and then he settles, and then even when things aren't going well, he's still very controlled inwardly.
Roger, don't you think that comes... He actually just seems to enjoy the whole experience. He enjoys competition. He enjoys the big moments. And for some players, you look at them out there and it looks like they're in the last place in the world they want to be. It looks stressful. But there's something about him. He's not fazed by any situation. I mean, I've seen him smile in the biggest of matches, in the tightest of moments.
It was suffocating.
40 love.
Well, if you've been a Spanish fan for the last 20 years, you've been well spoilt. And it looks like that legacy might continue with this kid. Just 20 years of age. He's already won 2 majors.
Cain, Alcaraz.
Yeah, good hold.
You refer, of course, to Rafa. But gee, there's been a lot of good players.
Oh.
David Ferrer, Karina Buster, Batista Agut.
Yep.
So many good players.
Feli Lopez.
And you know, Verdasco.
Yes.
I mean, I've spent a bit of time in Spain. My uncle used to run a hotel in Mallorca, of all places.
Huh.
And I find the Spanish, they're very family-oriented.
Yep.
A little bit of a patriarchal society.
Okay.
But they're very respectful.
Thank you.
Very respectful. And the Spanish players have a lot of character. Late move to the net, but it pays off. And we talk about forehands, backhands, athleticism, etc., but they have character. They play with character. They are resilient. They are tremendous competitors.
How much of that comes from what's come before them, Wally?
Yeah, but it's the culture, I believe, of certainly what's come before them. Jose Higueras, the great players. But they have values. They're solid citizens.
Yes. Carlos's brother.
Love touching.
Might be wondering what Ivan has kept it. Ivan oversees all performance tennis, men's and women.
That's your.
Too many single-handers could put off that shot.
Strong grip, isn't it? See the racket head well above the wrist. Very strong grip. He can deal with that high ball better than most.
Alcaraz.
Alcaraz. A couple of break points in the opening service game of Gasquet, 3 to be precise. He's got another one now. Oh, that is a Gasquet special.
Juice.
That's how good it's got to be.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
And Richard Gasquet, after 28 minutes, looks like he has just jumped in a swimming pool. He is absolutely dripping with sweat.
See the struggles he's having behind that second serve volley. It translates to 1-9. Good news is he's made, I think, just about every single first serve when facing a break point. It's a good eye. Well watched.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
Playing the big points ultra aggressively, just not letting Alcaraz settle it all into the rally.
Advantage, Gasquet.
He's been around a long time, has Gasquet. I'll remember him breaking onto the scene in Monte Carlo many moons ago.
Cain, Gasquet.
That's another hard hat hold, says the French camp. Gasquet leads 3-2.
Gasquet leads by 3 games to 2.
So much to do in and around the precinct. Always got to get yourself a little bit of swag when you visit a major. It's not cheap. It's got to be done.
Ready for play. 15 love.
You can see there, catches a leading edge. Pop fly. No, it's been dropped. Probably a Spanish spectator. We don't drop those, Robbie.
30 love.
Taking the fifth on that. What was that?
Well, you can't teach that.
40 love.
It's just improvisation. He's got the service grip here. He probably wants to set up for a forehand. Has to find another grip there to manufacture the slice.
I mean, he knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah. Pure reflex.
Cain, Alcaraz.
So this can be telling. Gasquet's had to work so hard for his service games, and then that game flies by and you're back serving again. One thing Gasquet's done well, he's used the slider wide to this forehand court. You just start to wonder whether Alcaraz starts to lean a little that way. He'll pick it. He's done a good job of serving to the wings and then open up the court for the next shot. A real jack-in-the-box motion, Gasquet. Low ball toss.
Love 15.
Just burst onto the scene at Monte Carlo, beating Franco Scolari. I think he was 15 years of age. Scolari was a decent clay court player back in those days. Just dropped out of the top 100 for the first time in 843 weeks. Gasquet had been entrenched inside the top 100. Dropped to number 131 on Monday. Points fallen off after winning Auckland last year. Had an early exit this year. I love that pattern of play, Rog. That early backhand, grip it and rip it coming.
Yeah, I love that as well. Because if it doesn't get out of your hitting space, just leaning forward, your momentum's going forward, you follow it in. The player's got to land off the serve and then react quickly, physically. Richard Gasquet almost just had a bird give him some luck.
Seagull overhead.
Yep. 3 break points.
That's the one we're talking about, where he gets a little over-exuberant. No real need. Well, I guess it...
15, 14.
Youth, Wally.
Yeah.
He doesn't play scared, does he?
No.
There's no fear in his game.
And the old-time tennis players used to tell me that Rod Laver, it was like he wasn't playing to win that match. He was playing to set himself up for something amazing. And I guess that something amazing was the Grand Slam. So there it is again. And I guess the point I'm trying to make is that
30-40.
Rod never tempered his shot making, according to his contemporaries. Every day he was kind of on the limit, and there were days where he was susceptible because of that. But when it came together, he was absolutely unplayable.
Fascinating.
Would that be the path Carlos takes?
Juice.
But see, yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because those two wild forehands, if he plays those three-quarters heavy, Gasquet was almost looking for a way to check out of that game. Plays those two forehands three-quarters heavy, doesn't miss them. He probably wins one of those 2 points.
Yeah. Then you've got to remember he moves so well. So even if he just makes it and it's a little short, his ability to defend is outrageously good.
Advantage, Gasquet.
It's a different mentality to Rafa, his countryman, isn't it? Rafa was so careful. He was almost like a boa constrictor. He just compressed and squeezed, and then over time he just sucked the life out of his opponent. He wasn't trying to be brilliant at any individual moment. It's almost like Carlos has got to express himself in each point.
From low 40, and perhaps a little bit of luck from above did come into play, Wally. 4-3.
Gasquet
Good
leads
hold.
by 4 games to 3.
Every single change of ends, it's normally a change of grip for Gasquet. So let's have a little look-see.
And the old conservative me, I would have just rather he got the job done in that game, rather than seeing that sort of exuberant shot making and a string of errors from Love 40 that got Gasquet back in the game.
Quick grip change, a la Vita Scarolitis. Day 3 of the AO 2024. Of course, we're completing all the first round matches today. It's spread over 3 days. We had a Sunday start for the very first time. Bjorn Borg, want to be in the house. Who wouldn't want to be Bjorn Borg?
Pete Sampras wasn't averse to the quick grip change at end change either, was he? Torn a grip over up.
Yep. How do you know that's torn a grip?
Pretty sure.
How? Because of the
colour.
Yes. There you go. Nice
There are other
15
blue
love.
over-ups.
But if
it just looks like torn a grip.
because of the blue colour, right?
You're saying it's a distinct blue?
It is.
Okay.
Yep. They have a trademark on that colour.
Oh.
Yeah. Great story behind that. Of course, it's still a family-owned business, our Torna. Wow. Nuclear forehand.
30 love.
Yeah, the Niksich family in America started Torna grip. I mean, that is blasted, 165 kilometers an hour.
$30-15.
You can see the extra bounce that Gasquet gets off the court there. He's really throwing his backhand up high. New balls.
40-15.
Yeah, well watched.
Alcaraz.
Nicely poised at 4 apiece. He's happy. Just to finish that story, the Nixic family is a lovely podcast about the origins of that Torna grip. And Kevin's father started it. The interview was with him, and his dad was actually trying to invent a chamois. He was an engineer, and he loved playing tennis, Wally, and he was one of these guys who sweated profusely, and he thought, well, you know what, I'm going to cut this and use it as a grip on my tennis racket. And it absorbed the sweat so well that he started to use it, gave it to a couple of his friends, they liked it, and so started the process of developing the Torna grip. And of course, when they sponsored Pete Sampras, it was the very first endorsement deal of a tennis accessory. And it's become a very big company.
It's a great product. It really works. Very popular amongst the players.
Yeah, and that blue color is patented, trademarked. Got the UPS brown, you've got the Tiffany blue. There's a couple of those colors out there. That's a trademark Alcaraz forehand, so quick to jump on the short ball.
We saw him miss a couple in the previous service game, but he just shows us what it looks like when he gets it right. Takes it on the rise, a lot of energy still in the ball, but he takes a huge cut at it. And if the timing's right, it's perfect.
40.
Always likes the same ball if he's won the point. Gasquet walks up to the net, nods at the ball kid. Give me that good one. Give me the good one. Goran Ivanisevic was a little like that. Superstitious bunch, these tennis players.
Thank you. Gasquet.
It's done well. There's Gasquet. And now there'll be a bit of scoreboard pressure on Alcaraz
Gasquet
as he
leads
serves
by
to
5
stay
games to 4.
in the opening set. 5-4. There he goes. Every change of end. You get different lengths of grips, different thickness of grips as well. They do have different colours, but by far and away the most popular is the blue one. What do they say? Repetition is the mother of skill.
Look at that. I mean, how many times does he wrap the base of the grip? It's extraordinary. Nothing, I've never seen anything like it.
Time.
So Alcaraz with some work to do here. This guy's done a good job of just hanging about. He has already faced 9 break points and has saved all of them as the Frenchman. Could it be a smash and grab in this opening set for him? I'd love to break the Spaniard right now.
15 love.
0 for 9 though, Robbie. It's a little bit telling, isn't it? Like
30 love.
The idea that you've got all these shots, you've got flair, you're a little bit of a showman, you want to explore the court. But you also want to kind of move through the draw with a minimum of fuss in that first week.
Well said.
Just get the job done.
Let's first service. It's
good as the forehand is, it does leak unforced errors. Six of the 11 that Alcaraz has come from the forehand side. Just 3 from the backhand.
$40-15.
Get a chance at some point in the match, Robbie, maybe to get a little slow-mo of the Alcaraz forehand.
40-30.
Because it's a big, long, well-produced swing, but then the wrist does a lot of work through impact. So there's a fair bit going on. Attacks the half volley, as you should. Just clips the tape.
Cain, Alcaraz. Five games all.
Yeah, if this was a boxing match, no doubt Alcaraz would be ahead on points. There's that forehand that you were talking about.
So it's a lavish swing, isn't it? You can almost see the helicopter finish at the end there as a consequence of the long takeaway. And then that forehand was a little bit of a defensive forehand, but when he's on the offense, he really lets the wrist rip through the ball and around the ball on impact. When he gets it right, it's awesome, but things can go wrong.
Do you have a preference? Straight arm forehand or
15 love.
bent on?
I'm probably a bit of a straight arm guy.
Yeah, and there's not many players that hit with the straight arm. It's few and far between. But you have a look at the forehands that are straight arm, and they're some of the biggest the game has ever seen. Nadal, Federer, Del Potro, Verdasco.
It's full extension, isn't it? And here he's like overly aggressive. So for me, it's almost like he's always...
30 love.
Carlos is always playing for some imaginary goal. He's not playing... It's not like he's set himself here for the win, if you know what I mean. It's almost like he's got some higher purpose. Like those two backhands at 5-all, you think, second serves, I'll just get him in. I'll rally. And that might happen if I get him back. But it's almost like he's always striving for his very best tennis. And I think that was his undoing against Medvedev at the US Open. He just needed to kind of knuckle down and, as you like to say, Robbie, you know, put the hard hat on.
Yes.
Just go to work.
Yeah.
See what he does here. Second serve. He's charged a couple of them. So he retreats. He's going to make this one.
30 all.
If you got any message from his coach in corner. Of course, no one Carlos Ferreira.
Are they vocal? The corner?
Generally, when Juan Carlos is around, very vocal. But Sam Lopez, bottom left of your screen there, is traveling coach. Done a couple of weeks last year as well with Alcaraz. He's been around for a long time, knows him well. He's part of Ferreira's academy. Was with Pablo Carreño Busta for so many years. Excellent coach.
T30.
He's played the big points well this evening as Gasquet. The break points that he has faced. We've seen him produce numerous meaningful first serves. He's played another good point here.
Cain. Gasquet.
That serve has been sneaky good. 55 minutes
Gasquet
on the
leads
clock,
by 6 games
and it's 6-5.
No question, Gasquet's serve has exceeded my expectations. Like, served in the 170s, but he keeps hitting his spot with a little bit of work on the ball. He's gotten it to move off the court nicely.
And I actually think his ball toss has got lower.
Yeah, it's such a quick action, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got lower through his career.
I've got a question for you, Rog, when we come back from the break. As we just see this guy in action, and of course one of the things that...
Should you hit him with that question, give him time to think? Is it a tough one?
No, it's not.
It's a cricket.
Time.
It's good trout food there. Hopper. Roger Rashid courtside, keeping a beady eye on proceedings here for us. And Roger, of course, you've coached many top players. I'm not sure you've coached anyone with the skill set that Alcaraz has. That if you were coaching him now, what are the most important things when you're working with a guy that has so much at such a young age? I mean, you don't want to mess it up, right?
Yeah, well, you know, Grigor Dimitrov's had a lot of skill, big skill set too. So what you're trying to do is they're trying to find their true tennis identity. So what works? What do you need to get the job done in these scenarios as he just decides to move a few critters? I think the important thing is what gets the job done here, as you guys are talking about it. 6-3, 6-3, 6-3. How do I get in and out of here and play that solid type of tennis? And then, as you're experimenting through the journey, you're deciding on when you need to pull the trigger, when you don't need to pull the trigger. I think they're the most important things, and we're finding that out here tonight, aren't we?
It's a plague of locust. Armageddon is upon us. Gee, sharp return there from Gasquet. Just met the ball early, minimal swing. Missed by a whisker.
Tonight at the moment, you know, we expect Carlos to come out and play a big game, but he's actually creating his own drama here in this set.
Yep, well said.
He's overplaying, isn't he?
(15-13).
It's a skill merchant, using all the strings in his bow in that rally.
We're focusing a lot on Alcaraz, but how well is Gasquet hitting the ball? I mean, there's the defensive slice. Wisely stays in the point, but once again he's in trouble, so he just drops it down at the feet, asks a tough question. Serving well, Gasquet. Playing within himself, he's playing smart tennis.
(40-13).
Can you believe that? Wow. Well, he went to work in that rally. Gasquet been kicking himself that he's missed with his beloved backhand.
In our previous match, Robbie, Rune v Nishioka, you brought up the stat that in tiebreakers, players play more conservatively, more revolutions, less forward momentum, hitting to safer part of the courts. They get more conservative. They play not to lose. Does Alcaraz adopt that attitude in this tiebreak? Keep the unforced errors to a minimum.
1-0.
Play with a bit of a clay quarters mentality, as he did in that last point of the previous game.
His clutch factor in deciding set tie breaks was unbelievable. Still is. I think he's only lost 2 off the top of my head. play. Love it.
One all.
What a strike on return. Look where he is. 3.5 metres behind the court, 2 metres outside the doubles alley. Basically hitting a cross-court backhand on return. Down the line, if that makes sense. Incredible shot. And then look at the weight of shot here.
Two, one. Alcaraz. Two all.
Gee, I think he beat Alcaraz in with a lack of pace. That was spinning enormously at 128 kilometres an hour.
It's not an easy shot. Not an easy shot from where he was in the court, because you want to come around the side of this ball.
Alcaraz.
But he almost hits inside out. You just lose control. But from where he was, that was a tough smash. He really just had to play that with side spin, come around the side of the ball and go down the middle of the court.
Yeah. How about the get from Alcaraz, though, to put that
Yeah.
lob that accurately, that deep?
Enormous. Good control to it. In range with the racket.
With the Frenchman. Years young, and they can hang that one in the Louvre. It's always been reliable, hasn't it? Nothing like a backhand, a single-handed backhand in full flow. What a way to even the score as they change ends 3 apiece. Herding cats.
Yeah, it's not an easy task getting Jiminy Cricket off the court.
It's like your father putting you in the chicken coop and said, chase that one chicken.
Yeah.
He's not touching it.
4-3. Gasquet.
And with Gasquet standing up on the court, boys, on that second serve, there was a bit of intimidation factor there, especially after that last backhand down the line. That brought the double fault.
Big point right there. I've got a feeling that could be the tipping point of this set, Wally.
When you consider how hard he hit some of the shots in the previous rally, this was almost a measured approach by Gasquet, and he paid a price.
I think a little too short on the approach. Didn't get the necessary length. That ball needs to stay in the air as long as possible. That is a good watch.
5-4. Gasquet.
I mean, Rod, you would have had a good look at that ball flight. You were always happy that was going long?
Yeah, I was off the hit, but it's not as easy when you know, Gasquet does come in off balls, there's no doubt about that. It's not his first time that he transfers himself to the net, but you would have been in two minds, there's no doubt.
4-all in the opening set tiebreaker against Alcaraz. That's some good poise.
I've been waiting for that because Gasquet, he's playing pretty deep. He's ripping up the back of the ball. He's giving it plenty of height.
As Mick Jagger would have said, he has practiced in the art of deception.
Well, you can't always get what you want, Robbie, but you can try sometimes. We've been a little critical at times that he overplays, but when he gets it right, this is why he's going to pack out stadiums. We saw the drop shot, the touch, the skill. Have a look at that forehand. There's that wrist is just beautiful, the way it wraps around the outside of the ball, low to high around the outside of the ball. Tremendous shot there. So there's 2 points there of absolute quality at 5-4 in the tiebreak. So now at 6-5, does he retreat? Is he determined to get this ball back? Does he watch out for the slider tee? That's been the serve doing the damage.
When he needed it most at the tail end of the tie-break. Delicious feel to wrap up the opening set in 72 minutes, 7 games to 6. We always speak about his firepower, but 2 out of those last 3 points are ended with deftest of touches.
And Gasquet, he did absolutely nothing wrong in that set. Served well. Look at that first serve percentages. Gasquet 70%, and that's probably something Alcaraz wants to improve ever so slightly. Just the 56% for him. It was on Alcaraz's racket. You can see that 23 winners as opposed to 10 for Gasquet. 15 unforced errors apiece, but Roger summed it up pretty well when he said that Alcaraz was creating a few of his own dramas out here tonight. 0 for 9 on break points. You've probably got to do a little better at that at this level. He was a little bit exuberant on some of those break points. He didn't go to work and just get the job done. But wow, did he finish in style. Plenty of highlights from the first set. These two boys are shot makers. Just wonder where Gasquet goes from here. He was absolutely on fire. Asked a lot of questions of Alcaraz, but he's got nothing to show for it after 71 minutes.
Time.
It's me they've been coming to see to forget about life for a while. I think that is going to be the case for this guy for many years to come.
You think he's the piano man, do you?
I do. He will bring a lot of eyeballs to our sport. The attitude that he plays with.
Alcaraz to serve.
Yeah, I was worried, you know. Roger retires. Rafa's broken, Novak's still at the top of the tree, and he's got a metal hip. Where is the game going? And then in 2022, he just lights up the US Open. And you think the game's in pretty good hands.
Yeah.
We're heading in a good direction.
Yeah, a lot of fun to watch. Talk about an explosive game.
After the first set, this is a must. You know, this next 10 minutes will be interesting to watch because you'd feel like Richard Gasquet would have thrown everything at that opening set, and where the energy stores there. That was a long first set of tennis for him. Physical.
I got a feeling the floodgates are going to open.
Love.
He's been in 16 times, says Carlos. He's won 12 of those in the forecourt.
(40-15).
Eyes on Carlos.
Cain, Alcaraz.
Good start to this second set.
First game, second set.
Alcaraz fans will be delighted to know that only once has Alcaraz lost after winning the opening sets in a major. But there's hope if you're a French fan, because it was here against Michael Ymer. Australian Open back in 2021, second round. It was a bit of a surprise to all of us.
How old was Carlos at the time?
2 years ago, 18. Years ago now.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
We'll forgive him that loss at the tender age of 18. So he played Berrettini at 19? Missed?
22. That's the first time he lost the deciding set tiebreak in his career.
That's right.
And he's only ever lost 2. 13-2. That's how clutch he is. Oh, it's a pop string.
So I think right about now,
Love 13.
Gasquet runs out of ideas, he runs out of legs, and runs out of belief.
That string is snapped. Side, not too central. It's not ideal.
Well, I guess if you rip up the back of the ball, do you catch it lower on the strings? As opposed to someone who's very linear, who would probably meet it right in the middle.
Cain, Alcaraz.
Are you noticing a half a step down there, Roger?
Alcaraz leads by 2 games to 0.
Oh yeah, it's a different version now. We've got, you know, from Gasquet, nothing changes obviously for Alcaraz, but for Richard, definitely the balloons burst, and everything looked a little slow and just a fraction older in that game.
He's saying he looked every day of his 37 years.
Yeah.
What do you make of Andy this week, Rog?
That plus a little more.
He looked a bit old, didn't he, against Echeverry?
It was a really tough watch, actually. I did that match, and it was hard. I felt for Andy.
I almost thought he looked lifeless.
You don't like to see it, though, do you?
No, you don't.
The champion.
That fight, that energy that we so associate with Andy. Didn't see any of that against Echeverry. Now that forehand was full of life, bristling with youthful aggression.
No, Robbie, as we're watching this is it's 147 kilometers an hour, but it's not a big swing. You know, it's not his full shot.
No.
That's the speed we're talking about, I think, Wally.
Yep. So that was 147. We've seen him hit one at 165.
40 love.
Yep. But the point is, Rod, you watch that and you think this guy is in total control at that speed.
Cain, Alcaraz.
In the blink of an eye, Alcaraz has raced out to a 3-love lead in the
Alcaraz leads by 3
second
games
set.
to love.
What are the points in this second set?
12-1.
So he's won 1 point.
He's 1-1.
Yeah. Floodgates. The levy has broken.
Melbourne CBD, just a short walk from Melbourne Park. Illuminated in all her glory this evening.
Time.
Must be pretty good to be Carlos Alcaraz. He's 20 years of age, twice a major winner already. He's ascended to the top of the rankings. Plays with an enormous amount of joy, a smile so often on his dial. He is fun to watch.
Love team. All. 30-15. $40-15. 40-30.
It's all happening.
Juice.
Net court not doing Alcaraz, excuse me, Gasquet any favours whatsoever.
All the shot making that Alcaraz has.
Advantage Alcaraz.
The movement. That defensive forehand chip for me is one of my favourite shots of his, where he keeps himself in the rally, gets some decent purchase on it, and then it stays low, Wally.
Did you ever play squash, Robbie, back in the day?
Yeah,
squash,
I
the
did.
big lunge, and
Yeah.
it's like a squash shot, isn't it?
Big fan of watching an older brother, Jeff Hunt, Jahangir Khan.
Chris
Jonah
Dittmar. Who could
Barrington.
ever forget Chris Dittmar?
Yeah. Jonah was an animal. These days it's Remy Asher. Top athletes,
Advantage
those
Alcaraz.
guys. Super fit. Yeah, I'll be sitting a bit more comfortably now.
And Robbie, when you talk about Alcaraz's movement out there and how
Juice.
when he gets out there, he's got such strong legs. His base, when he goes out on that defense, is incredibly strong over the ball. It's amazing.
Do you think it's possible
Advantage
to learn
Alcaraz.
that strength growing up on a hard court, or do you think it's only developed by playing on clay, Rog?
Well, I think clay's a massive factor. And then, on the hard court, do you add the physicality in the gym? Do you do the work outside of the, your on-court work? How determined are you there to build the strength?
That's the go-to serve, isn't it? Slider wide, slider T. Carlos hasn't made any real attempt to cover it, force him to go middle on that first court or go wide on the backhand here.
Juice. Advantage Gasquet. Gasquet.
No, he's in the mix in the second set.
Alcaraz leads by 3 games to 1.
Jackson chats away so matter-of-factly to his box. The man in the black hat, black t-shirt, Juanjo Morena. Next to him is Albert Molina, who's his agent. Ever present.
1 for 13 now. Carlos on break points.
Fifteen love. Dirty love. $30-15.
His feet with the chopper grip's pretty impressive.
Yeah, so he's basically got a grip that you think that he would slice with. Just guides the racket face through the ball, nice and flat. Very few revolutions. Meets it early.
$40-15. $40-30.
If there ever was something such as tennis candy, that is it right there.
Well, he actually hit that and he's almost walking to the chair. It wasn't a huge care factor.
Nice.
Alcaraz.
Cheeky. A second 4-1. The Spaniard leads.
Lovely little hold.
Talk us through this one.
Big serve. Gasquet does well. He's a long way back, but he gets racket on ball. Because he's so far back, Carlos shapes up for the drop shot. He can see Gasquet coming forward and then just slides through the ball. Good deception.
Where did you learn that from, Robbie? Which player?
Help me out.
He's currently not playing anymore. He's decided he's...
Oh, of course, Roger.
Correct.
Roger. Used to love that one, Rod.
Yes.
Put you on your back.
Time.
When Alcaraz first came on the scene, he actually was asked who he plays most like. Is it Nadal? Is it Federer? Is it Djokovic? And he said Federer. And people thought, wow, this guy, you know, he's spending. Surely not Federer. Does he see himself as being as good as Federer? But the kid's got some serious skills, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah. And Novak made a comment after, I can't remember which match he played against Carlos. He said he's like an amalgam of the three of us.
Yep.
Novak, Roger, Rafa. That's not a bad amalgam. And Richard, for me, looks heavy.
Lovely.
Just a little heavy in the legs. Carlos is on his toes. He's taking extra steps. Richard is just, he's planting and firing.
He sees the ball quickly, doesn't he? Out of
off
the opponent's racket. He's very alert. He's reactive. But you know, for Gasquet, his legs have never been his weapon. They've actually been a liability for him through his career.
Is he a hard worker, Rog?
I would say Richard Gasquet's worked at Gasquet pace. Just the
middle of the pack.
Yeah, middle of the road. Yeah. Never really ticked that box through his career. There's no doubt about that.
30 all.
I think we heard an out call.
30-40.
Just a little too much fade on that backhand.
Cain, Alcaraz.
Running out of ideas. Gasquet.
Alcaraz leads by 5 games to 1.
Serve volley in desperation.
And what I like from Carlos is he's continually changing things up on the court, where he stands, the way he's going to return that abbreviated swing, he'll serve volley points. There's always something going on. He's busy on his side of the court.
Love 15. All.
Beautiful combination of forehands. Cross-court forehand and an inside in, a lot of side spin on the ball.
Fifteen, 13. All.
Some more Hogwarts stuff in the forecourt from Alcaraz.
40-30.
It's a great slow motion shot, isn't it? The racket does nothing.
Nice way to bring up set point.
Game and second sets. Alcaraz.
That was right out of the top draw.
6 games to 1. Alcaraz leads.
Shuts the gates on the second set in half an hour. 6-1.
Quality set there from Alcaraz. We kind of expected the dip from Gasquet because at 37 years of age, how long could he stand toe-to-toe with Alcaraz and stand up physically? And the answer was 71 minutes once that first set was over, and he had nothing to show for it. He has fallen away. You can see they're just the 3 winners as opposed to 13 from Alcaraz. He's on fire. Once again, 2 from 5 on break points. Handy service stats there too for Alcaraz. 86% first serves in. Very effective in terms of points won. He is well on his way.
Hitting so many different shots here. Chip winner. We've seen the power.
Well, that neutral grip's been pretty effective on the forehand side, hasn't it? We saw the chip winner, we saw the drop shot, we saw the deception where he faked the drop shot and then smoothed through it. He's employed that pretty well.
Third sets, Gasquet to serve.
there for a smorgasbord of tactics.
Love 15.
This is just a glorious choreography of how he goes about playing tennis.
All. Thirteen, 15. Sergio. .30. Juice.
He's hustling Gasquet, but as he starts to falter, Alcaraz is just moving more freely, hitting more freely. The scoreboard's all on his side now. He can take chances without any stress or pressure.
Advantage, Gasquet.
Juice. It's got to be one of the toughest things in our sport to play against. That is when someone takes the ball so early. It's more the same.
And hits it so hard.
Yeah.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
Double trouble.
Cain, Alcaraz. First game, third set.
You know, Robbie, I always liken tennis to a distance run. So you've got two people, they're going to set off on a 10K run. One guy sets the pace that another guy's not really comfortable with, but he stays with him.
Yep.
3, 4K, 5K, 6K, and eventually he cracks. And once that runner is out of sight, can't see his heels anymore, the distance just becomes greater and greater. And it's like that when you play the good players.
Yep.
You hang tough for as long as you can, but it's just so hard to stay with them. They've got too many shots. They're too quick. They take the ball too early. They take time away. They keep you off balance. They wear you down. In the end, you can't make a substitution. I mean, right now, Richard Gasquet would probably like to throw the racket over to Roger Racine and say, maybe sub in for a couple of games. Give me a breather.
He is looking my way, actually.
What does he do, Rash? Where does he go from here? I mean, he
just enjoys Rod Laver Arena, I think.
Yeah.
Enjoy the night.
Yeah, I think this could be one of his last visits, given the ranking is outside the top 100 now, boys. 131 in the world.
I'm not sure Rash has got the game to stay with Alcaraz, but he's a very, very intimidating character. He would certainly put the fear of God into him.
Yes.
I'd have a crack. And you know, when we were talking about Alcaraz saying that when he plays more like Federer, well, we're seeing it here, aren't we, really? We're seeing the full court being used. He's doing a bit of everything. With Nadal and Novak, they sort of just got the job done their way. This is just multi-facet tennis. And I think the more that Roger got in front, he opened up as well and showed us his big skill set, didn't he?
Wasn't he just an amazing front runner? It's almost like he started to put on a show once he cracked his opponent. A bit like Alcaraz here tonight.
Okay, Alcaraz. Alcaraz leads by 2 games to love.
Yeah, things moving on briskly. Ivan Ljubicic, he knows what it's like to be in the Federer camp. He was there for a long time. Working for the French Tennis Federation now.
So is he in a coaching capacity? Because didn't he have a management group for a while?
He did, but that's no longer, I believe.
Let's for service.
So he's sort of overseeing the program.
Yeah, men's and women's performance tennis.
Well, that's what Roger's talking about, just showing us what he's capable of. Interesting that a country like France with so much tennis acumen would seek outside help.
I guess some insights
Love 30.
into what the mind of Roger Federer was like. Here we go, let me get it nice and tight there.
Fifteen, 13.
I just wonder as well, getting back to your question on Yvonne, is that sometimes there's a philosophy that perhaps can make you too much same, and that by getting somebody who's come from outside of the system to look in, get their input, Wally. It's not going to cut it.
30-14.
He's always been a great student of the game. Love our discussions that we have. We're pretty close to the last rites now. It's another nail in the coffin for Richard Gasquet,
3 games to love.
as Carlos Alcaraz takes the 3-love lead.
Richard is feeling every one of those 37 years right now. He is spent. It's a work of art, that butt cap.
Time.
Well, he's seen a lot of great players in his lifetime as a pro. It'd be fascinating to get his thoughts on Alcaraz now versus when he played him for the first time back in Umag a couple of years ago. That was on back in 2021 in the finals there. That was Alcaraz's first title.
Love 15.
How much he thinks this guy's game has evolved since then. What's it like compared to peak Roger, peak Rafa, peak Novak?
He actually is a great reference point, isn't he, Gasquet?
He is.
For all of those guys, he's been there from start to finish. One of the few. If you want to see how a player's feeling, don't look to how they're running to the ball, look at how they recover. And at the moment it is just taking Gasquet a little while to recover from each shot, to really plant his leg explosively and push back to the centre of the court. Decelerating slowly.
Creativity, thy name is Carlos.
30-15.
It's just beating him there with raw pace.
40-15.
It's not even that far wide. It's a good hit off the backhand, 146 clicks.
I think when you see Grosjean and Ljubicic in Gasquet's corner,
Game, Alcaraz.
I don't think it's, you know, it's not there out of for coaching or support, it's there out of respect. He's been a
Alcaraz leads
heck of a player for a long time, and I think they probably realise, as you suggested, With his rankings sliding, this could well be his last Australian Open.
He's been a fantastic servant. French tennis hasn't always been easy. Such a prodigious young talent. Of course, he was on the cover of the French tennis magazine, a famous magazine, when he was just 9 years of age. There was all kinds of pressure heaped on him. Didn't always enjoy playing at Roland Garros.
Is there not a video of he and Rafa playing at Tarbes, like a 12-under event?
Yep, that's right.
And basically just looking like 12-year-old versions of the future players they would become.
Coutinho.
Also shows you how quickly technique gets cemented.
And you're right, Robbie. He's an introvert.
15,
that's it. And he didn't. And with that character, he was unable to embrace what the crowd at Roland Garros could give him.
Yeah, well said, Rog. French players of his ilk out there.
30 all.
They loved it. They had the personality. He's almost an outlier in his personality as a French player, isn't he? You think of the likes of Monfils and Tsonga and Santoro.
But they all folded to a degree with the pressure and weight of expectation at their home slam, didn't they?
40-30.
And the fact Clay was probably not their best service.
Yeah.
Well, both those guys you mentioned, Monfils and Tsonga, made a semis.
Yep, made a semis.
Yeah.
Cain, Gasquet.
So meaningful digit alongside the name of Gasquet in this third set. But it's 4-1.
Alcaraz leads by 4 games to 1.
Gasquet's best Grand Slam results, reaching the semi-final on 3 occasions. Of course, twice at Wimbledon and once at the US Open. Are you surprised that he did so well on a cross court? Or do you see his game being well suited to it?
No, I'd probably be a little surprised. When he plays with margin, he can rally from quite deep in the court. It's not a great volleyer. The grass is one of those surfaces, if you've got a mindset against it, it can be tough. But if you embrace the surface, anything's possible. Aryna Sabalenka made the finals of Wimbledon.
Time.
Wouldn't see him as a natural grass courter. Was it semis? Am I getting carried away?
I think it was semis. You've thrown me a curveball there.
Am I getting ahead of myself?
Definitely made the finals here, obviously, against Agassi. Is that what you're thinking of?
Just remember Aryna making quite a run at Wimbledon. When, you know, I was just thinking, this guy is not a grass courter, but he's getting the job done. Semi-finals.
Love team.
steroid in the wrist initially.
Fifteen all. Dirty 15. Dirty all. (40-30).
If you were wondering who the winner of this match would play before it started, it would be either Dan Evans or Lorenzo Sonego. And I can tell you that Sonego has come through in 4 sets, 4 tight sets. 2 of those were tie breaks for Lorenzo. One at 7-6 in the 4th.
Cain, Alcaraz. Alcaraz leads by 5 games to 1.
What they're going on about? There's 6 millimeters to spare there. Plenty
6,
of room.
I thought it was 5. So we unleashed there with a couple of serves at 206, at 209. So he's got a little heat. And the first serve too has Alcaraz. There's nothing he cannot do.
Let's for service. Hitting love. Dirty love. Dirty 15.
I think he's serving and volleying so he doesn't have to run. Serve, move to the net, and the point will be over one way or the other.
Yeah.
Let's for service.
You've got to admit, Robbie, there's something very artistic about a well-produced single-handed backhand, isn't there?
Viva la Richard.
Roger Federer, Stan Wawrinka, Gasquet. When the one-hander is hit well, beautiful looking shot.
Isn't it just?
Juice. Advantage, Gasquet.
Old habits die hard. Gasquet not about to capitulate. He wants to make Alcaraz serve it out.
Good. Gasquet.
Sticks around for one more look at the Alcaraz serve. At the very
Alcaraz
least,
leads by 5
it's
games to
5-2 in the third. Well, he's kept Alcaraz out here for 2 hours and 11 minutes. Just the kind of contest that Alcaraz would have wanted. He was well tested early on, and as you boys suggested, probably all because of his own making. He's got a feel for this Rod Laver Arena now, has Alcaraz, and he's been tested in various parts of his game. It's just time to apply the finishing touches.
Time.
He looks as fresh as a daisy too, doesn't he? Alcaraz, barely perspiring.
Well, Gasquet contesting his 73rd Grand Slam event. Puts him in joint third place on the all-time list for most Grand Slam men's singles appearance, alongside Novak, actually.
Who's got him? Do we know?
Two players share that top spot, Wally. A Spaniard and a Swiss.
Okay. I was just wondering whether Jimmy Connors was in the mix, but no.
Oh. Roger Federer and Feli Lopez, 81 Grand Slam appearances, are the only men in history to have competed at the Grand Slams more often than Gasquet and Djokovic.
That's another record Novak will be chasing. He wants them all.
On.
He looks grizzled. Grizzled veteran.
Thank you. Touchy. All.
Oh. got serious wheels on him.
And how's the anticipation? He's almost often running before the shot is played. He senses what part of the court has to be covered.
Two and a quarter hours. This one's been in the making. Alcaraz has match point.
Juice.
Not just yet. Hanging in there by the skin of his teeth. 3 mils.
Thank you.
It's more of the same.
Advantage, Gasquet.
A strange game, isn't it? You can come up with the two previous winners, and you just try to block a return, and it floats along on you.
He thought about the comeback, but then he thought, no.
No, I just don't quite have the legs.
No.
Please. Advantage, Alcaraz. Juice. Advantage, Alcaraz.
Okay, maybe now Alcaraz can get his first win in 2 years at the Australian Open. Of course, missed last year because of injury. Match point number 3.
Juice.
His brother's not happy. Come on, little bro.
Thank you.
Let's put this one to bed. very neat.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
Samuel Lopez, his coach, is filling in for Juan Carlos Ferrero this fortnight. He's got a lovely demeanor about him as well. Cheeky smile there to his charge, as if to say,
ready for play. Thank you.
It's more like it.
Cannot find a big first serve on those match points, and you sort of think the heavy kicker out wide has worked so well for him. Maybe just throw in one of those and then finish it with a forehand.
It's so interesting you speak about that particular pattern of play. 2022, he used it a lot. I just think back to last season. I remember him using it that much on the hard courts like he did in that fortnight in New York, Wally. A lot of frame involved there.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
Now, does he persist with the flat bomb? Or does he go to the clay court style of point?
The fast kicker.
Heavy out wide. Next ball is a forehand. And then he shakes hands.
Match point number 5.
Game, set match, Alcaraz.
Seals the deal with an ace.
7-6, 6-1, 6-2.
2 hours and 22 minutes. The battle of generations. But it's the young gun, Carlos Alcaraz, who is through in 3. 7-6, 6-1, 6-2.
Strong, as we would have expected, but Gasquet certainly gave us some entertainment. That first set had it all, and then Gasquet just ran out of legs, ran out of puff, ran out of belief. Carlos put on a little bit of an exhibition, and there he is, packing up his bags, potentially, for the last time at the Australian Open.
And a quick reflection on his career, if it is indeed his last time here down under.
An awesome career, longevity. He's had a lot of success. Met a lot of good players over time. He's an entertainer. And one of the best single-handed backhands you will see on tour.
Thank you for the memories here in Australia, Richard. John McEnroe with some nice words there to the Frenchman. 3 times semi-finalist at the majors. 22 years he has been a very good pro. 843 weeks inside the top 100 before falling out on Monday.
And it's going to be hard for a man like that to drift back and play the challenges, to accumulate the points that he needs to get back inside the top 100. But here's the future of the game right here, Carlos Alcaraz.
Well, Carlos has taken care of Risha. Can he deal with John McEnroe?
Thank you for wearing those sneakers, first of all. Those are my sneakers from 40 years ago, so much appreciated. But I sit under in that bunker, and I haven't been here for 4 years. And I got to say, and hopefully I'm speaking on behalf of the Australian people here in this stadium, it is absolutely incredible to see you up close and personal. Thank you, man. Thank you. I got to ask you how you feel. You hadn't played last year. It's been a few years since you played in the Australian Open. Tell me about this first round experience.
Well, it's always great to play here in Australia. You know, this is my third time that I play here. You know, as I said before, I didn't have a good run. You know, the years that I played here, but I enjoy a lot. You know, and I missed last year. You know, and today I feel really well. You know, playing here. I think I enjoy playing from all of you, and yeah, trying to be better. You know, I think in the first try I struggled a little bit. You know, with his game. Richard is playing great as well, but you know, every set I've been playing better and better, and yeah, at the end I think I played quite a good level.
You sure did. Will you say a quick word about Richard Gasquet? He's played about 20 Australian Opens. He's been around forever. You made him look a little old there at the end. It's tough, but he's a good man and he's a damn good player. He's a great player, actually.
Yeah, obviously Richard is a great player, but I'm gonna say even better person. You know, he's, as you say, he's been around forever, and a really kind person. You know, we wave every single day that we see each other, and yeah, we didn't speak too much, but he's a really nice guy, and he has shown during his whole career that he's an amazing player. He has a lot of talent. You know, his backhand is amazing. You know, it's crazy the way that he hit his backhand, and obviously it's great to play against him. Obviously, he did a pretty good first set, and then you know I put my own game. But anyway, his talent is there, and it doesn't matter if it's that he's an incredible player.
I've got to ask you, the crowd, you feed off the crowd, I think. The crowd feeds off you, your energy. You feel like at times you can hit any shot. Is there any time where you actually hit shots to try to impress the crowd and you're not that worried about the score? You just want to show what you got?
Sometimes. So, yeah. I always say that, you know, making unbelievable shots, you know, drop shots, volleys, it's playing for myself, but I always, you know, try to make the people enjoy watching tennis, watching my game, you know, and I think it's not a better way to do it than hitting maybe some shots that anybody expects. So, yeah, sometimes I don't see the score, and I try to make impossible shots sometimes just for the crowd as well. Yeah.
Well, they appreciate that. Last thing, I've heard you say that your best quality that you have on a tennis court is your ability to smile, and that helps you enjoy it and helps your game. A lot of players that are playing in this event would like to know how you're able to smile through all these tense moments and how you're able to do that. Could you give them any insight, the other players? Siente. Cállate la boca. Hey.
No, I mean, yeah, he tried to smile all the time on the court. Obviously, there are some times that it's really tough to do it. You know, the pressure is there, the nerves is there. So in those moments, in those situations, it's tough to enjoy. You know, playing those moments. But I have my team as well over there that when I'm struggling, let's say, a little bit, or I'm mad on the court, they put a smile on their faces just to try to bring the joy again, you know, on the court, and that's the key of my game. That's why I'm playing a good tennis. That's just to put the smile on my faces, and that's I try to do it every day.
Have you been this way your whole life?
Sorry?
Have you always been this way since you were a kid? You just had this joie de vivre, just loved to play?
No, when I was younger, I was mad all the time. You know, I threw the racket. It was tough to enjoy myself on the court when I was young, but I learned how to do it.
Well, at an old man at 20, I want to say it's an absolute pleasure to have you back in Melbourne in the Australian Open. Carlos Alcaraz, let's give it up for him. Good luck, huh?
Talent to burn. Interesting question from Johnny Mack. Do you sometimes play just to entertain? Yes, I do. I play for myself. I want to express myself. I want to entertain the crowd. The score doesn't always matter. That kind of showed a little bit in the first set when he was 0-9 on break points. But he gets the job done. Ultimately, he's already a Grand Slam winner. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, he's setting his sights, getting a few more of those into the trophy cabinet this season. It was Novak last year. He dominated in the majors. Carlos got him at SW19. He's well prepared coming into this season. Of course, missed out last year because of the leg injury, so it's always nice when you can start the season in the best possible manner. Start with the first major. Of course, this is his first official match, and he's got the win, and he's got it in straight set. That's always nice. Safely through to the second round. And just the fourth match he's won here in Melbourne. For as long as he's been around, for as much success as he's had, hasn't played all that much here. Are you
just out of shot there a little bit, off of the screen,
ready for the
Are you around for the second round?
Are you ready? I'm going to go with, are you ready for the second round?
Oh, very good, Robbie.
Yes.
Let's do it.
And then he's got to keep the sponsors happy.
Love Melbourne.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Always is. When you get to watch Carlos Alcaraz take to center stage, there's always going to be a nice mixture of artistry, authority, athleticism. It's compelling, it's calculating. And we are the beneficiaries of watching this young man go about playing his trade. So, just a quick look at the numbers.
Well, the numbers won't tell the full story because Gasquet just fell away physically at the end, and it was a bit of one-way traffic, bit of an exhibition for Mr. Alcaraz. He takes on Sonego in the next round. That'll be a tougher test, and probably just the one thing he wants to take care of. It's all very well to entertain, but 4 of 16, you may just want to be a little bit more clinical as you move through the tournament when you get those break points. But we will see where Alcaraz is in the next round, because Lorenzo Sonego can play, and he's a very, very good competitor.
He'll be looking for match win number 200 at tour level when he takes on the Italian. My thanks to Roger Rashid, who was sitting courtside today. Kept a beady eye on proceedings nice and close. A big shout out to Rog. Wins today for Tommy Paul and Jack Draper. They're in the same section, of course, the Alcaraz section, bottom half of the draw. Sonego and Alcaraz will go at it. A good win for Sumit Nagal. Shang getting the better of Mackie MacDonald, and Jan-Lennard Struff back in the mix. My thanks to Wally Masur. Hope you enjoyed this evening's coverage of the 2024 Australian Open as much as we did. He was entertaining, He was authoritative, he was artistic, he was Carlos Alcaraz. Good night, folks.